Happy Friday. We're back in Create Arcane Engineering today, because I've been having a ton of fun with this mod pack, and yeah, I'd like to keep going with it. I'm just trying to get my inventory a little bit sorted so that when we start diving into things, we maybe know what we need to grab. Food goes in here. Speaking of... Alright, apparently I've been putting, like, tool-like things in there. Sure, that means a name tag is maybe a tool-like thing. My buckets are tool-like things. Alright, so last time on Wednesday, we got this done, which is the mineral tree farm. And this is now fully looping mineral saplings. It's doing the whole rejuvenation process for them, and it's spitting those rejuvenated saplings into here. Because of how I've got this set up, it currently... Like, this is going to have to fill up with saplings before the saplings will automatically, like, distribute around. So every once in a while, I've been grabbing some extra saplings and planting them manually just to help the loop saturate a little bit faster. Not there. Ah! But eventually that one will hit 64, and then the next one will run, and this will eventually be producing way more mineral wood than I need, right? It already is producing more logs than I need. We have 800 extra logs. And then the logs are processed down into planks for the, whatever they're called, kinetic mechanisms. The other input to the kinetic mechanisms is the andesite alloy, and that comes from the andesite farm that we built way back in episode 1, plus the mineral resin. Some of that mineral resin comes from these tree extractors, and some of it is a byproduct of the tree farm. And all of that turns into andesite alloy. We have plenty of andesite alloy. It would probably be a good idea to make myself a proper... Do I have any more torches? Is this the only torches I have in my inventory right now? It is. Let's make some more torches real quick. It would probably be a good idea to take the output of our tree farm, which is still turned off, and combine that with the andesite alloy to automatically make andesite casings. Because those are something that I'm still making by hand, like stripping the logs, etc. But other than that, we've pretty much got all of the... We've got the basics automated, right? Andesite alloy is the big one, I think, and that is fully automated. If we check out the quest book, that is this chapter 1, which is pretty much fully done. The only things left in here are this related to blaze, which just tells us the 2 ways to do blazes. These runic tablets, which let us do blaze burners without going to the nether, are from Magic Chapter 1. And we're fairly far along in the process of getting that figured out. If we come on down here, and I'm going to come down here without any of the tools that I need, but I honestly don't know what needs to happen. We have our runic tablet factory, and this is a spaghetti mess because it loops. But what we have here is we have corundum, which I am going to need to redesign the mining machine for this. The one that I built doesn't work right and is currently disassembled. That comes through here. The corundum blocks are currently getting stored, but this has a void upgrade on it, so that will eventually overflow. The corundum clusters get pulled out into the first mixer, which apparently has a shaft in it, where it will be combined with the rune dust. The rune dust then... that spits out the violet corundum, which combines with more rune dust and needs to be heated, and that will spit out the runes. The runes then need to be combined into a... Ow. The runes then need to get combined... Sorry, the runes get split, and some of them will get cycled back around to be turned into rune dust, and right now that is this millstone here, and then the rest of them would go off to be turned into the runic tablets, and that's these other bits and pieces that I haven't set up yet. That'll be a cobble farm, some bulk blasting, a saw. That won't be hard to build. This whole design, such as it is currently built around something that I think we need to loop certain things at certain ratios in order for this to work. And what I have realized is that we can do that with brass funnels or brass tunnels, but we don't have brass tunnels. We got a brass funnel as a quest reward once, and we can use that brass funnel. But I'm also pretty sure that a weighted ejector can be configured to wait for a certain stack size. And if that is the case, then what we can do is, instead of using our only brass funnel for setting a stack size, we can use weighted ejectors instead. And a combination of a weighted ejector and a tunnel should be able to do what we want. So that's the first thing I want to do today, is we're going to do some science, and we're going to figure out if we make a couple of weighted ejectors. Let's get this hooked up somewhere, and let's just do a test with something silly. So, like, if we put a weighted ejector, click and hold to edit. Yes! Okay, we could set the ejected stack size. So if I set that to 6, and let's get belts, shafts, a tunnel. What else am I going to need for this test? Some drawers, and I'm going to need something to put in this whole thing, which I'll just grab some stacks of wood or something. So, input, and oh, I guess I need funnels, and we only have one funnel. Let's get some more funnels. That is not what I meant to do, game. Funnels. And some dirt, just because I need a building block. Alright, so this is going to be our input. And then I had belts. Where did I put my belts? Oh, there they are, right in front of my face. Belts to the weighted ejector. And then that will spring onto, well, honestly, just another belt. To one of these. And then our tunnels here. And if we take off here, one more drawer, funnel, funnel. How do I actually configure where these go? Sneak and right-click to select its target location. Okay. So I have to do it like here. And then I can put it down. And then I set its stack size. And then, if we just get these all hooked up with some... I only have one encased chain drive. Okay, let's... Do I have any iron ingots? I do. We're just doing a little bit of science here. I need some gearboxes. Okay, that's fine. Here, let's just make 64 cogs, and that means, what, 16 casings, because it's 4 cogs each? And I'm sorry about the rain. This mod pack really loves the rain for some reason. All right. 16 andesite casings and 64 cogs is going to be 16 gearboxes. Yay. It feels so good to be able to make stuff like that in a moderate amount of, like, bulk sizing. And shafts. Oh, it's thundering. I can actually sleep through this then. Alright, our hope is that... And of course, this is going the wrong way. So... One more gearbox. And if I throw logs in here, it doesn't really matter what goes in there. This is just a test. What we should see is they come out one at a time. 3, 4, 5, 6, sproing. And then 5 end up in here. And, oh, this isn't running. Oops, 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 oops. This belt needs to actually be running for this to work. There we go. Now if we turn this on again... Six, sproing, comes through here. 5 end up there, 1 end up here. But, alright, it works. Alright, so the concept has been proven that we can do this with weighted ejectors. We don't have to use Which is what I thought. I just wanted to double check that it all worked the way I thought it worked. So, if we come downstairs... Let's do some refactoring to what we've got so far, because I think if we're going to use weighted ejectors, we can get rid of some of the places where I'm buffering things, because we don't have to buffer them anymore. And that probably means that, like, a bunch of this stuff goes away. Because, like, yeah, the output of this is going to be different. Yeah, this is going to be different here. This is one of those places where I put in a buffer that I think we don't need anymore. But we might still have to deal with the... So what this all needs to be... okay, that is the input to the whole thing. So that I do need to leave. For every stack of 10 dust, we need to put 1 in here and 9 in here. That is the ratio. And what that means is that we want to have a conveyor going here. But these need to be on the same height, so I think I actually need to come up one. So this goes down, but then we have a conveyor like here. I'm kind of figuring this out as I go. So this would come through. This is where we would want to have the destination of our pressure flipper do, the weighted ejector. And... we'll take a tunnel off of that, right? And then that feeds here, here. Does this work? Will this connect correctly? It does not. Does it work if I make it longer? No. Okay. So this does actually have to feed sideways before it feeds in, which is really annoying. Because I really want these two things to be, like, side by side, because I want the one basin dumping into the next basin. But if this has to feed out, then we have to have at least 2 gap here before... which, like, we can do... And honestly, maybe that's what we should do. If we do... Did I leave my pickaxe upstairs somewhere? Awesome! I left my pickaxe upstairs. I can put a little conveyor belt in between the 2 basins, and that'll give us the gap we need for what I'm trying to do. That was not where that pick belonged. And I'm really hungry again before we go all the way downstairs. Let's grab a little bit more food. What do we got? Oh, we have a bunch of sushi. The sushi is good food. We will eat that. Okay. So if we clear this out a little bit more, this will be our second basin. With belt there. This connects. This should have its output filtered. Violet corundum. This should have its output filtered. Rune. Now, if we take... Here, here. Belt again. And here. Like that. Now, can I put the tunnel in place? Yes. Beautiful. And there, and there. So what'll happen is we'll feed 10 into here. We'll spit out 1 here that comes up and makes 3 violet corundum, right? The violet corundum recipe is 1 to 3? Yes, 1 to 3. Those come out, and the other 9 dust mix with the those 3 corundums. And that will... Yeah. That'll spit out the final runes themselves. And then those runes will go to another weighted ejector plate. And I'm excited that I get to use weighted ejector plates, honestly. So let's think about our outputs here. So this is going to have a spot underneath it for the blaze burner. And I'm going to have to bring in... I'm going to have to set up a lava generator to feed that blaze burner. Or, ooh, let me double check that straws are not stupidly expensive. Straws are not stupidly expensive. Okay. Yeah, I can use a bamboo and make a straw. All I need is a rolling mill. And a rolling mill is just an andesite machine. Okay, good. So yeah, we'll set up our blaze burner with a straw. And that'll feed our output of runes. And then here, this needs to be fed by another weighted ejector, but that, yeah. Let's do this one step at a time. This dumps directly onto a weighted ejector. I can kind of eject this anywhere I want, which is cool. So I need to decide where it needs to go and how we're gonna loop everything. But, like, that comes up somewhere. And then we're going to have another part of the process that does grinding and outputs to another weighted ejector. And I think that part of the process, I mean, honestly, could be, like, right here, right? Like, this weighted ejector could be right here, for all I care. Right, and then we set our stack size here. This one needs to be 6. No. This one is 10, sorry. For every 10 rune dust that comes through, we do a thing. And that is coming from our grindy dew. And then the grindy dew needs to be fed by another belt, which is the output of this weighted ejector. So this one, I believe, is facing the wrong way. Oops. Come on. Once more with feeling. Right-click, place. There we go. And set the stack size. And then this needs its stack size of 6, but we also need to, like, reposition it so that it feeds this correctly. And that is gonna be, I mean, bop, bop. We go something like that. We can put the tunnel on top. We'll have an output. I did not want to take the whole belt. I just wanted to take the... Oh, well. So that'll be our 1. These will be our 5. Which means this is the input. Can I fling that far with a single weighted ejector? I'm assuming not. But we could probably fling to, like... The answer is no, we cannot fling that far. So let's clear... We probably have to clear a high enough ceiling if we want to do this from the side. What I'm hoping we can do... I mean, honestly, instead of doing that, maybe the thing to do is just have this go up to... How do I want to do this? Can I bring this in from a different side? Kind of. So... I think this part is, I mean, other than the fact that I can move this weighted ejector around a little bit, this part is pretty much fixed. So it's just a question of where do I fling from this ejector so that everything ends up where we want it. You know, it's tempting. To do that. Can I do that from this ejector here? If I put our target here. No. Oh, it has to be in line, doesn't it? So that's part of the issue I'm having. So you can't eject diagonally. Oh, but can we put it here? If we mark that as our destination, is that acceptable? And that'll send 6 of them up here. And then 5 go into the grinder, and 1 splits off. And the one that splits off needs to join with runic tablets. Yeah, it just goes to a single deployer. And then is done. So, here, let's move all of our corundum out of the way, because, like, I'm assuming I'm going to have to change the whole corundum setup. Oh, my inventory is... Jeez. Okay. So... yeah, this would come out sideways and just needs to hit a... well, it feeds into a deployer, right? Yeah, it feeds into the side of a deployer, which I don't have with me. Nor do I have the thing that the deployer deploys onto. So we need to make a cobble gen, and we need to figure out the actual deployer path. But, like, this is all pretty good, right? I mean, I can make these belts a little bit longer if I want to, just to pull this maybe a couple blocks further away from where this is, just to give myself a little bit more room to work. Like that. That connects like that. This one needs to be opposite. So that's, shaft, a couple of vertical gearboxes, and another shaft. Oh, that's not hooked up currently. I'm assuming that if I gearbox in here, this is wrong, though, right? If I do that and... oops, wrong gearbox. That kind. That, yeah, that's spinning the wrong direction. Because of course it is. This doesn't care about its direction, though. Okay. What's the best way to get that rotational direction? Except now that's going backwards. All right, that whole part is working. That is correct. But this one needs to be in the opposite direction. What are the chances that works? That is feeding here. This is feeding here. This weighted ejector does the right thing. If I put 10 of these... Bop. One of them comes up here. 9 of them will try to go in here. That'll get mixed. The 3 corundum come over. Beautiful. And that's sitting on 18 rune dust. All right. Oh, so that all looks good. The only other part then is the output of the runes springing up here, which, not sure if that actually clears or if it's going to hit things. I don't know if they can hit things or if they always automatically clip. But... oh god. We've got quite the collection of dirt up here now. So, where's my... this is our input belt still of the corundum whenever I figure out the new corundum farm. This I want to move over here. That will come out, and let me go make another brass hand and get the deployer ready. And another question I have for myself is, are the runes actually useful for anything other than making tablets? Runic glass, which, yes, does get you... okay, so yes. The answer is yes, I do want to buffer runes. Okay, that was the question. Do we set up a buffer for the runes, or do we just buffer the tablets? And it seems like, yes, we want to buffer runes. What am I doing? We are clearing all the create stuff out of my inventory real quick. We'll get back to that, don't worry. Or... random blocks, which are starting to take up way too much space. Oh, I have some random corundum that I should get rid of. And also this orange corundum that I don't really know what to do with. I might just void the orange corundum, because I don't think it's useful to me right now. Right, I need to make a brass hand. And that is 4 brass sheets. How much brass do I have? 5 ingots. All right. And this all needs to shuffle around. I should really make another seared drain, shouldn't I? What does it take to do that? 4 bricks, 2 ingots. That's not bad. These all get a good bonk. I should probably speed up all of my factories. I don't know if it matters for a lot of this stuff, but like it would be nice to have at least the manual stuff running a little faster. Because this is a slow press. All right. And brass hand. And that goes on a andesite machine to make our deployer. Was there something else that I was... Oh, I needed a rolling mill for something. Oh, yeah. I know what I need the rolling mill for. Let's find a bamboo, because I wanted to make a straw. Straw! We'll hold on to that for now. Do we have everything we need? No. Holding on to a seared casting basin, which is silly. Let's put that back down. I'm gonna need more belts, for sure. Let's grab gearboxes, as well as the one vertical one. Let's just stack those. We're gonna need... Oh, I had a brass hand. Oops. Oh, well. What else are we going to need? We're going to need to make a cobble generator, so we'll grab a drill, and... I mean, honestly, that's it, right? We're duplicating this cobble generator. So I do need a bucket of water and a bucket of lava, so let's grab our buckets. What else do we need? Cobble gen... Oh, we need a couple of saws. And a couple of fans, because we have to cook the... Yeah, okay. Let's get some iron. Because we're going to need 2 fans, because we have to actually, if we check the quest book, it shows the process. We have to get to smooth stone, so that means we need to cook our stone twice. And then cut the smooth stone down into slabs. So we need 2 fans and a saw as part of our processing line. We're also going to want a void upgrade for the cobble gen, because otherwise it's going to just overflow. Here, we're going to need these guys to... I'll grab my 2 encased chain drives, although probably that's not enough to be useful. We will make ourselves a void upgrade with a sealed machine. And I might not have any more obsidian to make a void upgrade with. So that may be... I guess it would be in here. Yeah, I need obsidian. Cool. So, we should be able to make a little bit of obsidian over here. I don't want to make too much. I don't want to get rid of this nice surface level lava source that we've got. But I think we can... Vitrified sand. Interesting. This is still no fun. with a base diamond pickaxe. Okay. We are going to need a bucket of water. We're going to need a bucket of lava. We're going to need 2 more buckets of lava, but that's a for later problem. We'll grab those buckets once we have maybe the rest of the system done and ready to go, and we can just drop the buckets in place. Oh, I can turn this back on once I make the void upgrades. I turned off that cobble gen because it was overflowing. But I think with a couple of void upgrades, we can turn this back on. Give that a void upgrade, and now I can drop a encased chain drive back on top. Turn the andesite farm back on, because it's halfway empty, I noticed. So now I only have 1 encased chain drive, which is useless on its own, so I'm not going to take it with me. I think other than figuring out the corundum farm, we are pretty close to where we want to be. So let's see, a saw blade is 6 iron ingots, and a propeller is 4. So we need 14 ingots in total. Two propellers and a saw blade. Whoops. Put the wrong thing away. 14. And of those, 8 of them get bonked. Start the bonkening. And I need a copper to go with the other 6. Saw blade. And the propellers need a little bit of andesite alloy. We're also going to need 3 machines. Six. 2 more. Come on. And 2 propellers. Let's take a second here. Just to get myself a little more organized. Now I have a little more space in here for random blocks. Including this 1 block of obsidian. We could probably go hunting for some lava if we need to. So This is going to come out this way somehow. And it's going to feed, what? 4 of that. Can start to accumulate. And then I think we break up, what? We've got 18 here. And that's going to make 6 more runes. But we want to put, I think, 4 of those through. Normally it would be 5, but I already, you know, the number of them that I ground up, I'm not sure what that number was. It was 1 plus whatever I got as a reward. 2. Plus I got 1 extra rune dust, which makes that an odd number. Whatever I did. You know, we have 18 here. Plus 4 is 20. Well, no, we need 16 more to make this a batch of 20, which is kind of what the whole loop number is, and that's 4 more runes. So of the 6 runes that we're going to get out of this, we actually only want 4 of them to get ground up, not 5 of them, although I guess if 5 of them get ground up, that just means that we always have 4 extra dust in the loop. But if I remember to, I will grab a rune off a conveyor belt and try to adjust the loop. At any rate, this needs to come out, and it needs to hit a deployer. So that deployer is going to be like here. Ooh, I might have to make more belts. And that will come up here. This is going to be our output, right? Our deployer will be here. It will get fed. If we do that kind of thing. And that. And then there's a way to do... I don't remember. Whatever. We'll do it like this. There's a way to shorten a belt. I just don't remember what it is. Might have to look it up. But that would go like that, and then I need a block at the end. I put all my blocks, yeah, I put all my blocks away. Here, let's just... A little like that. And like that. So this will feed runes into the deployer, and then the deployer, we're going to have to come in on this side with our stone generator, which is, I think, fine, right? So we're going to have a saw. Nope. Saw here. And that will be attached to a conveyor. This is going to be like a super weird multi-stage process. So we're just going to have to kind of trust the process as we build this. Why is this drawer super glued? That's so weird. That's an input. And before that input, we're going to have... This one's going to be filtered to smooth stone. Which means we're going to have one of our fans here blowing this way. And before that, we're going to have another... Here, is there more limestone I can grab? I like the way the limestone looks nicer than the cobble. And this will be regular stone. And then we're going to have another cooking step. And then before that is going to be our actual cobble gen. These drawers are just being used for filtering. They are unnecessary as drawers. Like, we don't care if we store smooth stone or stone, but apparently we can buffer it. And then here we'll make slabs that get fed to this belt, and then they get runes deployed on them. So that's the whole thing. I gotta make some more belts, and we have to build a cobble gen. And we can feed those in after the break, because it is at break o'clock, apparently. I'm gonna run upstairs and make some belts during the break, and eat some food. And when we're back, we will finish this build. I'm gonna make, yeah, while it's break o'clock. Let's make ourselves a bunch more encased chain drives, because I'm out of those. What are we at for nuggets? Not a lot. Five encased chain drives. A few more ingots, though. All right, welcome back from the ad break, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking around. We are just setting up a cobble generator here, which is always one of the easier things to do and create. So, we're going to want it to come all the way back, probably to here is fine. And... oh, I didn't make belts. Shoot, I did everything I needed except belts. I am an idiot. Alright. Well, let's get this set up for the other fan. We'll have to link up the fans in the back. And these ones are probably best done with belts. We'll have something running through here. Cooking. Cooking. So we're actually going to have lava in each of these spots. And then hopefully, hopefully we don't light anything on fire, but... oh, and I also want to grab... somewhere here I have, yeah, stairs. I need those for my... for my cobble gen. So this is very close to done, other than the fact that I still need to figure out the corundum, like, growth and everything. These guys connect through here. These need to be spinning in opposite directions, so they connect like that. I have no idea which way that is spinning in comparison. This is actually going the right way. Okay. Oh, because that shaft connected. Okay, one second. That's fine. We just have to rotate this one. Like that. Then we can connect that. And... that. And... that. Alright, and this saw is now... oh, this saw is now spinning the wrong way. Which way is this spinning? Okay, yeah, that's the right way. That one, if I do this... okay, we're good. We're good. Now these need to be hooked up as well. And I don't know which way they want to be spinning. If it's the same as this or the opposite. Where's my pickaxe? There we go. No, here, I think. Yes. Oh. No, that is pulling, not pushing. So if that is pulling, not pushing, it needs to be reversed. But we can't push it to here, so does that just mean another gearbox? Yes, it does. All right. Another gearbox. So these are going this way. Those are blowing. That's blowing. All right. Now, shoot. And this is where we build our cobble gen. So I just need to, like, get up there. Stairs go... Nope. Close, but not quite. What if I do that? Nope. Come on, game. Just give this to me. There we go. So water goes in there. Lava goes over there. There we go. Drill goes on top. Gonna say, do we have a vertical shaft where we want it, but we're kind of off by one here. Like, yes, we have vertical power, but it's not quite where we want it. This is fine. This is what encased chain drives are for. And then we're gonna have a gearbox here. And shaft 1 and shaft 2. All right. So now the thing that needs to happen is we got to get lava in front of these two fans, and then we have to fix our filters for cooked items. So let me get... Here, I'm going to manually cook some stone and some smooth stone up top, and that way we can set our filters, and we can also grab lava from up here. There's probably some in a cave somewhere, but I know where it is up here, and I would rather just go where I know where it is instead of... While that's cooking up, I'll go grab this. It won't despawn. And if it does, like, oh well, it's just some stone. Smooth stone. Alrighty. Oh, I don't have the card to lock these. I think that's going to be okay, though, because I think we are... I think for now we have enough, like, buffered that it'll be fine. Oh, this is making arbitrary slabs. That's no good. That's what I want. Filter you to that. Because, yeah, we want slabs. Yeah. And then these are going right past this guy. Oh, I guess because this isn't powered. All right. Yeah, I gotta get power to this one. How do I want to do that? I guess just like that, and a shaft. And I think... Well, we have 2 runic tablets now. Oh, this wants me to touch a stone cutter and a mechanical saw. Okay. I guess. Let me pick up my saw. Alright, so this seems to be working. Stone is getting cooked up. We're spitting out stone slabs. I guess I need to touch a stone cutter, and then a stone slab, and then a tablet. Alright, let's grab a tablet. And now I can make a blaze burner, which was the whole reason that I started down this quest chapter in the first place, was I wanted to be able to make blaze burners without going to the nether. And we spent a lot of time trying to get there, but get there we did eventually. Oh, and I accidentally threw away... Alright. What did I come up here for? I've already forgotten. Oh, I need to make a blaze burner. Oh, and the other thing I need to do is I need to make a... vanilla lava farm, I guess, because we have to feed our blaze. I do have a straw. Yes. So let's make an empty blaze burner. That's 4 iron plates and... Oh. It still needs netherrack. Okay, so we're still going to the nether. We just don't have to... We don't have to work quite as hard for it. I at least don't have to catch a blaze. I just have to pop my head in and grab a netherrack. Alright, let's make a stupid nether thingy. Well, that's not what I meant to do. May as well dig up the parts of this that I accidentally... Oh, it's so slow. This is why I didn't want to do this. I didn't make a flint and steel. That's going to be important. That's one more ingot. Do I have one more iron ingot? I do. Oof. The last one. I know I have a flint in here somewhere. Yeah. Flint and steel. Let's rest, and then let's do something about our inventory real quick before we head to the nether. Not that I'm expecting... to spend inordinate amounts of time there, but just trying to get myself a little more organized. You... all the create stuff for now can go away. These smooth stone blocks go downstairs. I'll take care of those when I go down there. This void upgrade needs to be put downstairs for the cobble gen. I'll do that when I go back down there. All right, to the nether we finally go. We've been putting it off as long as we can. We'll grab... Honestly, I should just grab a bunch of netherrack. And then we'll be able to make as many blaze burners as we need. Please don't spawn in a shitty biome. Please don't spawn in a shitty biome. Oh. I hear and see a ghast. That's cool. Warped Nylium. But this just turns into netherrack when you dig it up? Yeah. Alright, there we go. Stack a netherrack. That will do everything we need it to do for quite a while. And then if we want to make a vanilla lava generator to feed this guy, I'm going to need a bucket of lava, which I don't have with me. We're also going to need, I guess, cauldrons. What the heck is the cauldron recipe even? All right, 7 iron ingots. That's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. I don't know what the rates actually are on a vanilla lava gen and how much lava one blaze burner will, like, take up. So I don't actually know how big of a lava generator we need to make. But we'll figure it out. Blaze burner! Alright, grab this to lock our doodle-doos that need locking. We have our void upgrade for the cobble. Let's also grab some pipes and our straw. And then I'm going to have to use our nature's compass, and we're going to have to try to figure out where there's like a dripstone cave nearby, so we can set up a vanilla lava generator back here. Oh, and this needs... Oh, this press just needs to move. That's... I knew I was missing something somewhere in this process. And, okay, I'll need to bring down... Void upgrade on this one. Both of these get locked. Runes live there. You get locked. So yeah, I think as soon as we are... And then, oh, and I haven't brought power down to this yet, so that also needs to happen before we turn everything on. But that's easy enough. That's just a couple of gearboxes. So, yeah, I think I just have to go... Am I trapped? Did I trap myself? Despite all my rage? There we go. Oh, and of course we do still need to figure out our corundum generator and get that wired in to this end of the whole build. That's one of those things that goes without saying. So yeah, this will just cook up and it'll void at the stone. I put it in on this one. Yeah. So this will fill up to 2,000. It'll back up to here, which will fill up to 2,000, and then it'll void. And that means if I want stone or smooth stone, I can also just come down here and grab it, which is cool. All right, let's get our nature's compass, and let's hope that we don't have to go too far for a dripstone cave. And then hopefully in the dripstone cave, although I also have plenty of caving around here that I can do, I need to find some iron ore for our cauldrons for the vanilla generator thingy. For the vanilla lava generator. There we go. Those are the words I'm looking for. These guys and these guys are what I need down below. I'm going to do this last power hookups just before I forget. Otherwise, I'm going to get distracted doing the lava gen and not actually plug everything in. So this connects just like that. Oh, overstressed. That's fine. And then this connects... I didn't bring down my wrench. So one like that, and then one like that. And now I also need one more large wheel that this whole thing can run off of. Okay. Large water wheel, bucket of water. Let me also grab my create wrench so I can move things around. I'm impressed how much I was able to run off of just one large water wheel. I guess the whole thing is running pretty slowly, but still. And everything turns back on. Yep. Trapping ourselves again. It's an important part of this process. Put the straw in the blaze burner. Yeah, there we go. And that means that I can pump lava into him. And we can't get out this way. How do we get out of here? As long as this thing correctly manages to spring up to this position, I'm happy. Or up to what it is, this position. Which, like, there's a lot of stuff in between them. I'm worried that... Here, we can test this. Okay, it does work. So yeah, that's going to spring the runes up here, 6 at a time. 5 of them get ground up again, which turns into 20 dust, and then that gets flipped around in batches of 10. 9 comes through here, 1 goes to here. Yeah. All right. This is looking pretty good. Not the best way to get out of it. But I think this is all... Once we get our lava farm set up for the blaze burner, I think this is correct and basically going to be functional. Which means that we have... At that point, my goal was to get to steel so that we can then... get into Tinker's Tools at the diamond mining tier. And we'll be able to put... Well, we'll need to grab a bunch of lapis and redstone to put some levels of haste and fortune on our pickaxe. But do we have materials in U? We do. Yeah, modifiers, no. Tier 1... Wood, rock, flint, bone, copper, leather, string. This is all tier 1. We need an upgraded Tinker's Book. Yeah. What do we need for puny smelting? It's a book and a grout. What do we need for mighty smelting? We pour a brick of seared stone onto a book. Okay, we should make both of these. Gravel, sand, and clay makes grout. Alright, do we have any clay at the moment? No. I know we have gravel and sand. Oh, but I can get clay. I can get clay easy. And that goes on a normal book. Oh, which I also probably don't have. Do I have any books? I have no books. Why do I have food in my... Here, we're getting distracted. This is a distraction. Our goal right now should be to finish the... Oh, good. 1,000 units away that way. Take some buckets with me, take our sword with us, take some torches, a little bit of food. This is fine. Let's go try to find this dripstone cave. It might be part of that same huge cave complex that we found last time. We're vaguely going in that direction. Maybe not. Maybe down here rather than up here. That also reminds me I never did go loot that that structure that we found. That probably has a bunch of good create stuff in it. So depending on how full my backpack is looking, I might go loot that structure while we're out and about. Yeah, it seems like it's taking us more towards this area. Hopefully there's easy access from the surface. And once we have a bunch of dripstone, we're done. Like, that's all we need. Because dripstone is also farmable, right? So, like, we don't even really need a, need that much of it to get started. Obviously, I don't want to have to set up a whole dripstone farm if I don't have to. But it is definitely an option. What do we think? Are we gonna find a cave entrance? That might be a cave entrance, but we're still like 400 blocks away from where we want to be, so I am disinclined to climb downstairs right now. Yeah, which was the right call. This changes everything. This changes everything. This is Violet Corundum. We don't have to do the Violet transformation ourselves anymore. Yes. All right. Hopefully that's enough. Oh, man. That is awesome. So we're going to have to go redo the whole setup, because half of that setup is trying to make Violet Corundum, and now we don't have to do that part. I'm going to grab this, because if I need to make some books, I'm going to need to start growing a little bit of sugarcane. Well, we're here. There's something there. Some kind of structure? No. Yes. This ring of daisies is something. but it's not actually a structure. What am I picking up? Birch sapling. All right, well, we're pretty much here. Is there an entrance? Ooh. All right, we are apparently over the dripstone cave. So, I guess we just work our way downstairs and see if we can see it. We need iron too, so we'll grab iron while we're here. It would be a good idea to set up a cobble slash... or to set up an iron generator as well. Just a standard create iron generator. Oh, right. Creepers run away from me. I always forget. I got the kitty slippers on. There we go. Dripstone. That is a good chunk of iron. I'll take that. It's not the biggest dripstone cave in the whole wide world, but you know what? We're getting what we need. And again, if I absolutely need to, I can make a dripstone farm. What are we at? 50 versus 53. It would be cool if we could get a stack of each. There might not be that much pointed dripstone in this particular cave. Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty. We'll get a stack. $55. 9 more for it to be a stack. All right, stack of each. That should be plenty to be able to set up a dripstone farm and to set up our lava farm. So I'm ready to just get out of here now. Oh, and I didn't bring a bed with me. Excellent. Good job, Brandon. Good planning. I did hear a sheep, though, so maybe we, maybe this doesn't end up being a problem. Do I have a crafting table or any wood? No. I'm so good at this game. I always remember all the stuff I need. I never make stupid mistakes. All right, bed, sleep. So, I mean, while I'm out here, I'm looking to see if I see any other structures. I think this is... I don't know if this is a village or an interesting weird structure. We also have this structure that we can go explore. I feel like while I'm out and about, we may as well, right? There's a bunch of good loot in that. Oh, but I didn't bring my wrench, did I? Yeah, okay. In that case, we'll come back. I'll bring... If I'm going to loot to create structure, I want to bring my wrench, because it'll be a lot faster to pick everything up, and I'm not going to use all my pickaxe durability. So we'll come back for that. And let's just go a little further this way. Because I want to see what is this. We'll take just a moment to explore a little further, and then we'll turn around and head back to base. I'm also curious if this all connects over here. It does. Excellent. Yeah, I can't really tell what that is. Is that the same as this one? They might be the same. It might be another of those create buildings. And it's also very much up on a hill, I think. So I might not even be able to see it from here. Oh yeah, there it is. And it is, yeah, it's the same kind of factory. There is a ruined nether portal here, though, so... Oh, I guess I could have avoided going to the nether. I didn't even think about that. Like, I knew where there was a ruined portal. I totally could have gotten netherrack. Do I care about any of this? No, not really. So, yeah, I guess we go back down the river home. Home is down here. We've got all the dripstone we need. We have a little bit more iron. It would probably behoove us to make, like I said, make a standard, like, create iron farm. But we are pretty much done with Magic Chapter 1. I think once we put together our... Well, now I have the Violet Corundum, so now, like, everything needs to change, right? Because we want to change the whole build to just have a Violet Corundum input. Which is also going to improve our overall yields, because instead of, like, 5 out of 6 needing to go in to the loop, I think it becomes, like, 3 out of 4 need to go back to the loop. So So we get like 25% instead of like 16% of our runes that are actual output. So I'm really happy that I found that, although maybe slightly annoyed that I now have to redo the whole thing. But it's fine. There are far worse things than finding the material that you need to do a more efficient build, right? I also know that somewhere around here, yeah, I do have an ocean monument. I'm certainly not raiding that anytime soon. And then, you know what? I should really double check. We take a steel ingot and we want to melt it down. All right, we can do it in lava in a normal smeltery. It doesn't look like it has to be a foundry. That's what I wanted to double check. Because my whole goal with trying to get runes was so that I could make a blaze burner so that I can start to make steel and then turn that steel into upgraded tools. And obviously, if we can't actually process the steel after the fact, then we're going to have some more steps to do. So, what do we got? We've got our dripstone. We've got some more iron. So we can make a couple of... no, we're going to want this. We don't need the boat. We don't need that. We don't need that. How many beds do I have at this point? I have a lot of beds. Throw those things in there. I don't know why I was carrying that with me. Gunpowder. I have a bunch of leather. Great. I did not have sugarcane, apparently, unless it's in here. No, so I'm glad I grabbed the sugarcane. The violet corundum is just a thing that we're going to have to figure out down here. No, let's not go down there yet. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to need a couple of pumps, so we'll make those now. We're going to need a bunch of iron ingots. I want to make 2 cauldrons. I'm hoping 2 will be plenty of lava for 1 blaze burner. And it is ad break o'clock. I need to get myself a little bit more water, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back, we will finish our lava generator, and then we'll redo the corundum setup. And then we're done. But who knows how long redoing the corundum setup is going to take. So that'll be... that could be an interesting time. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back. Alright, I've got 2 cauldrons. I've got some dripstone. I've got a pump. I've got a wrench. Let's go. Well, I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to tear a bunch of stuff apart and then change our process. Like, all of this needs to change. All of our outputs and processing here need to change. Well, no, not everything needs to change. We don't need this anymore, because that whole step is moot. Right. This is no longer a step. Because we're going to be bringing in violet corundum directly now. And that still feeds in here. We still need to split our thing, but I think our size is now 4 instead of 6. Right? We pop 4 up, one of them goes out, 3 come down, turn into 12 rune dust, and I'm gonna recollect all of our rune dust because we're gonna recompute our ratios here. Oh, and I have 22, which is just such an awkward number. I guess I can turn some of this into more violet corundum, just like temporarily. I already took apart the mixer, didn't I? Can I get this mixer hooked back up somehow without it being a total major hassle for me? Maybe. The answer is maybe. Yes, yes we can. That is the wrong basin. Ugh, and that was not my wrench. Basin. Mixer. All right, so we've got 12 violet corundum clusters, each of which needs 3 dust. So this should be like 36 rune dust, and we only have 20. So we need 16 more rune dust, and that's fine. That means the whole first batch of... Well, these come in batches of 3, don't they? Whatever. We'll figure it out. We will get our rune dust and, like, violet corundum. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because the violet corundum will come in, like... I mean, really, it's, like, gonna be coming in here, and then going right down to here. Which I guess is what we should just do, right? It's like there and there. like that. And then I don't have everything I need to actually hook these up. Like, that goes there, and then I just need a couple of, in-case chain drives, which I don't have on me at the moment. And then all of that will feed into here, along with a bunch of rune dust. The rune dust no longer needs to be balanced, right? Because all of our rune dust goes here. Because we're no longer... yeah, because we're no longer splitting the rune dust because we're no longer making the violet corundum. Which means these guys, I should have what I need to hook them up now. A couple of encased chain drives. So those go like that. These corundums are gonna get changed. Both of these have voids on them. Yes. So this is going to be the normal corundum cluster, the corundum blocks, and then the corundum clusters come through. We do still need to figure out the actual corundum farm itself. Like, the violet corundum doesn't change that. And then our corundum comes through here into one of these guys. The dust comes through. Yeah, I think we are basically done. And then again, the dust comes in. So yeah, these will come up in packs of 4 now. 3 of them will go into the millstone, which will make 12 dust, which comes out and makes 4 more. Yes. So that is correctly balanced. So yeah, I think now we just have to hook up the heat to this guy, the lava. And that is a couple of cauldrons, a couple of pieces of dripstone, and a couple of hoops and pipes. That should be it. I need to put the lava in, obviously. But other than that... Oh, and I have to power these. What's the best way to get power here? What is the best way to get power here? I'm gonna need a cog that comes to... Yeah. I think a cog and a couple encased chain drives would do the trick. Although I only have 1 encased chain drive, so maybe 3... Maybe a cog and another cog and a shaft would do the trick as well. Either way. And I also need to grab a couple buckets of lava. That is on my list. And then I guess I'll just grab cogs, since I need cogs anyway, rather than encased chain drive. I have no cogs. Wow, okay. That's a thing that I can fix easily. Cogs, and I also need to eat. Do I have any... Okay. All right. I see lava dripping. Cog. Shaft. Now we just have to wait to drip enough lava for this blaze burner to turn on. While we're waiting for that, fill in the rest of the chapter there. Ooh, which did give me a bunch of extra slabs. Excellent. Because we will certainly be making use of those tablets. The question is... Yeah, I don't know how long each, like, bucket of lava is gonna last. I don't know if this is a, fast enough lava generator for a single blaze burner. I'd have to do the math. But we can expand it if we need to. It's not that hard to add more cauldrons, right? But the thing we have to figure out now is the corundum input. Because that's a whole thing. I wonder if it would make sense to just do something like, if we don't care about how fast it grows, if we trust that it's always going to kind of grow fast enough on its own, like, we kind of have, I mean, a pattern like this, right? That lets each of them grow in its four corners, four corners. Yeah, because they do seem to grow pretty fast on their own. So, I mean, maybe we don't even... What if we do... What if we just do a line of them? Bop. Bop. And keep going. And then if we have a wall of drills here, right, along all of these spots, so for 3 of these, that would be 9 drills, which is a lot of drills. And that might be a reason to not do this. Come on, turn on. Or maybe I just go back to my original design and I accept that stuff's going to fall on the floor and set up a grid of hoppers around it. That's an option. Because the issue is that I had what was basically a tree farm before, but the problem with that is that the corundum clusters were popping off, but not being collected by the drills. I want to see this fling up and over for me. Where did my runes go? They didn't come down here. No. Oh, the millstone's not hooked up. I'm an idiot. Okay. That's the problem. Now the millstone turns on. Oh, and this is also not hooked up, which means that we wouldn't have even sent, we wouldn't have sent one through here either. What's the best way to turn this one on? Nope, that's the wrong direction. Ah! Not what I meant to do. Obviously. Here, let's take these in case chain drives away. We're gonna change this. I have 16, 18. I have 22 rune dust. So I want... Here, I'm actually going to grab these 2 runes. And mill them. Because I believe they are going to get me to... Oh, come on. I want to be on a multiple of 3 rune dust at all times in here, basically. And we're at 22. And then 2 more of these will get us up to 30. Which I believe is correct. And that'll... Yeah. Ideally, we'd always be on a multiple of, like, 12 rune dust, which I could try to get it to, but I actually don't know if I can. Alright. Let me get this reconnected, because that's the target of the flippy. And then... This needs to be hooked up, but it was spinning the wrong direction. So we want to use these and these. Now it's spinning in the right direction. Can I please take that? The tunnel goes there. Now that's all going. Oh, that didn't count. Oops. Cannot punch those by hand, turns out. I'm just trying to get enough of the corundum crystals to, like, work through the rune dust that I have, and then I can start the whole thing on its proper cycle. Okay. So this is all correct now. What was I doing? I completely... okay, this needs to be powered again. And you know what? I think if we do that and that, that's fine. Blaze burner is going. It looks like it is maybe accumulating lava? Hard to tell. Alright. There's all the corundum waiting to grow. What is going on with my inventory? I think we're good. So yeah, I think the only thing we need to do is figure out the corundum farm. And how we're going to manage that. Apparently the random chance growth is not as fast as I thought it was. Alright, we got 3 of those, which is 9 of these. We'll let that go. Whoops. And then these guys, I'm just going to turn into runic tablets. No, I'm going to hold on to these, because I want to make sure that when I'm going to convert everything to runes, and then I'm going to manually put 4 of them on this weighted ejector, and that's going to restart the loop. And then everything else that we have that's kind of partial will... won't be a thing anymore. So 6 of those. Here, just all of the rune dust, I guess. And then as we get... Alright, I need one more, it looks like. Which we got. Alright, so 4 of these. Will get sprung up here. 3 of them come through here. Turn into a pile of 4, 4, 4. And that is enough for then 4 of the corundum pieces. Of course, we only have 3. But yeah, there's 12 in there. Okay. So the rest of these runes no longer need to be in the loop, is what I think I've convinced myself of. And we should have made one more of these. We should have... That still says 17. Okay, yeah, these are splitting off, but they're not going into the deployer? Oh, that's because that's facing the wrong way. Alright, and I think I got the smooth stone slabs untangled. Cool. So now all we need to figure out is the corundum farm. Which means I need to deal with some stuff that's going on in my inventory right now, and probably we're going to want an infinite water source again, which I can actually make. Oh, and I've got a bunch of random things that aren't hooked up anymore, huh? Oh, is this all flooded? Where's the source block? There we go. Crisis averted. Probably can't change this because it would swap the direction of everything, which is not what we want. So I think that gearbox just lives there forever now, unfortunately. But yeah, this isn't too bad. Once I get the corundum hooked up, right, there's 12 rune dust in there. So it's just gonna do, like, the right thing as it loops now. Let's head back up to base and work on... Yeah, I know. So I think the question is, what do we want to do about the corundum crystals that the drills can't catch? I have 2 drills right now. What do I need for a couple more drills? 12 iron if I want to make 2 drills. I don't think I have that much iron. No. This is like 5 of the 12 that we're going to need. Okay. So I need some more iron. I need to go into the mines. I don't know what to do with the, like, white corundum and the orange corundum that I have sitting around. Those are now just, like... useless to me. I'm gonna put dripstone in here because it's kind of a functional block. I might regret that later when I'm looking for it, but for now that makes sense to me to do. Yeah, let's get ourselves just 1 more mechanical drill instead of 2. I think that will be fine. And then we'll set up a very, very small initial corundum farm. And we will go from there. We don't have, like, a... Plastic machines are probably very far through the list, yeah. Yeah, I don't think any of these things are quite gonna do what I want. Let's grab a little bit more iron, and we will figure out some kind of absolutely minimum, build to get things moving, and we'll go from there. We have a path downwards. Did I just go in a big circle? I just went in a big circle. This might be too low to be looking for iron. And also, it's not well lit down here. Yeah. So all I really want is a little bit of iron, and then we are out of the caves. Honestly, what I should do is get enough iron and make that iron generator that I keep talking about. That would be... Oh, look, a runic deep slate that I don't need anymore. Now I find it. Yeah, we're probably too low for... Yeah, we're at like minus 30. I want to be up closer to like the Y0 to Y20 range, I think is what's best for iron. Isn't it like Y15 these days? I'm not totally convinced that's true. But certainly it's not super low. But at this point, I might be lost, so... There we go. This is an awful spot to come out. Oh, iron. Only one, but still. What do we got there? Zinc. Oop, there's a bunch. All right. How much do I need for... I want to make one drill, which is 6 of them, and a propeller is 4. Yeah, so I only need 10. I've got 22. Okay, we're good. Let's get out of here. let's get ourselves set up for the corundum first. I want to get that build completed. And then we can, work on an iron generator. Which, again, I should have done a while ago, but that was the wrong thing. That was a saw blade, not a drill. Cool. Do we have enough ingots? We don't, which means we're doing this. Once more with feeling. We're going to make a drill. And then I think I also want I'm gonna make a few more chutes, I think. Because I think I can use chutes to do what I need instead of hoppers, and chutes are a lot cheaper. Chutes. And we should have a couple more, right? Yeah, a bunch of chutes. Excellent. We're gonna have one more drill. I'm gonna need a pump. I'm gonna need a spout. Our corundum is already downstairs. We're gonna need some pipes. I'm gonna need a cog to hook up the spout. We're gonna need shafts, gearboxes, encased chain drives, all the usual stuff. Alright, I think that's good. Let's set up a little corundum farm. This is not going to be a very good corundum farm, but I think it'll at least work, so... what I want to do... Oh, did I take my blocks of corundum upstairs with me somewhere? Well, that's fine. We'll put this in place for now as a stand-in. We're gonna have... Oh, I didn't bring my wrench. Shoot. Okay. Let's go get a wrench, and I can grab the corundum block at the same time. Oh, my sword ended up in there, too. That's bad. And our violet corundum. There. There. I didn't bring belts. This is the worst. And by this, I mean me, myself. I am the worst. Belts. Hopefully, there's nothing else I can think of that I might need. Back into the pit we go. So, down like that, and then we're gonna do, I guess, there. Feed that in. And then here we're gonna have our actual, basically, 1, 2, 3 hoppers in a row. Our block of corundum is here. Above that is going to be the spout. On one side, we're going to have 3 drills. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Appreciate, well, Create sometimes tries too hard to do what it thinks you want to do. So that's what I want. And then I want this side to just be totally walled off, right? And I want this to be walled off. And this to be walled off. And then the hope is that once we hook the spout up to water, that those drills will just drill as soon as the corundum grows. And yes, we only have 2 spots for crystals, but like, who cares? And the crystals should hopefully always kind of flop onto the sides. That's what we want. So we're going to do that kind of thing. We're going to have a gearbox here. We're going to rotate that gearbox. We're going to put a water source here and here. We're going to put pipes. Like that. That's too far. Pump goes like that. Cog goes like that. So that's our water in and the power. So now we just have to, like, connect this to the rest of this mess somehow. And you know what? Encased chain drives, my beloved. Oh, this whole belt is still turned off. Yeah, okay. And also I'm trapped. So how do I turn this on? Ooh, these are the questions. Okay, that's spinning the right way there. So I could put a shaft here. Is this the right way for that? No, of course not. But if we extend it this way, and yes, that's unnecessarily long, but that can hook up there. And now if I do the encased chain drives... Oh, we're missing a couple more engaged chain drives down below. Of course, of course, of course. This needs a hookup between these two. So now the question is, do we have everything going on back here? That needs to be facing the other way. Now we have water squirting through. Hey, that sounds like it's what I want. But the stuff is definitely not ending up. How is there a stack floating here? Oh, is that just my magnet doing stupid things because I'm down here? Like, okay, they can get stuck up there. That's annoying. See what we can do to try to fix some of those awkward landing spots where things are getting stuck. Can't you have chutes connected to the sides of chutes? Isn't that a thing? Why are you not working? Aha! Okay, it had to be one lower. Which is fine. Let me make sure that looks like what I want it to look like from the front. Yeah, see, those are chutes now. That one's not a chute. I could make it a chute, though. I'm just out of chutes. I probably should make it a chute, because it's also a ledge that things can get stuck on. Yeah. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go upstairs, and we're going to make ourselves another batch of chutes so that we can get that hooked up. And then we can get everything wired back together, and hopefully that fixes, like, all the awkward spots where stuff can land. I guess it could still end up on the corundum square itself, but I don't really know how to deal with that. Well, I guess I do know how to deal with that. Don't wake me up! The way to deal with that would be an encased fan. I guess. Because then we could blow everything to, like, one side of that little chamber. Alright, it is ad break o'clock again, so I'm just going to go ahead and make these, and then I'm going to step away and get myself a little bit more water. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, we'll put this back together, and we'll see if our yield is looking more like what we expect it to look like. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back. Alright. That goes there. And I hope now, the only place anything can get stuck is now on top of this corundum block. Maybe when it grows, I don't know if things will get pushed up because the spout is an incomplete block, but hopefully they just get pushed to the sides. In which case, they'll end up in one of these chutes. So I hope, we have, now got this correctly set up that stuff can't get stuck. And if we grab our encased chain drives, we can put those clusters in too. We should start seeing corundum coming on up here. Let's, bop. Alright, and that's gonna bop one more time. And then those eject. And we've already seen this part work. I know this part works. Oh, the only thing I didn't do, because I'm an idiot, and I think I have just enough space to fix it. Yes, I do. I want to buffer the runes, not just the runic tablets. Obviously, it's going to take a while for this tablet buffer to fill up, but, like, we do eventually want to keep some runes around as well. So, I mean, I guess for now it's fine if they all get turned into tablets, because those are probably what I need more often anyway. I honestly don't know what I need them for besides blaze burners. I'm sure they go into something. Sophisticated Backpack's upgrade base needs a bunch of runic tablets and polished darkstone. Molten core. Yeah, what do I need these for? Like, they were the quest, but I don't necessarily know what I need them for. If we check the progression tab. So our next, I guess our next things are to look at chapters 2, right? Positive affirmations, totally not brainwashing. I am loved. I accept that this chapter seems simple. I embrace that although simple, this chapter needs a lot of infrastructure. I will be wealthy with source gems. I am a sane individual. I am not crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. All right. So we need source berries and we need mage bloom to start with, and I also need to pick up a couple of those. Mage bloom is found, yeah, on the floating islands. That's what I thought. And source berries are wherever. We also have this chapter to think about, wherein I want to be making a optional route. Doubles routes by 2x requires some mineral tree work, and I'm fine with that. I'm pretty comfortable with the mineral trees at this point, so, like, let's increase our yields. And I think if we look here, yeah, there's the option to do 2 electron tubes or an electron tube and a variable card. That's a lot of crystals, but also it makes a lot of variable cards. So, like, yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with going that route. Meteorites can be shockingly far away from where your base is situated. Welcome to this pack. Locational resources like these are a reoccurring theme. Now you either have the choice to make a factory on the Skystone Catalyst or make a rail line delivering the Skystone to you. Yeah, and this is part of why I knew I wanted to do this pack, was because I knew that it sort of forces you to use rails. What do I need to make destabilized redstone? Oh, you just melt redstone into destabilized redstone. Okay. And then we use that to make rose quartz. An electron tube is what? We squirt molten iron over rose quartz. Okay. So this is all redstone. So it would be cool if I could make a redstone generator. Oh, look at this. Redstone seed, redstone clusters, which make more redstone. Okay. So there is a redstone loop. The thing that I'm curious about is... do we have... the Netherrack chapter? Yeah, this is a whole thing. Drilling machines. Maybe this is what I need, is to be looking at drilling machines. Because, like, is there a way to make... is there a way to make copper? That's the thing that I'm curious about. Other than drilling machines. Like, is there a copper generator option of some sort? I would imagine it would spit out nuggets if there was such a thing. Which is why I was looking in here. But I'm not really seeing anything jumping out at me. So I'm not sure if we can easily automate copper and zinc yet. Because it would be cool to have brass automated. Like, yes, I think a lot of the stuff that you would traditionally use brass for is, well... yeah, we get... okay, so we get the precision mechanisms, but to make brass machines, we do need brass casings still. Yeah, and that's still brass ingots. Which means we do still need, like, a lot of brass. Because, like, the brass machines are what we're going to need for... yeah, mechanical crafters. They're what we're going to need for... alright, arms. Yeah, but also brass tunnels, brass funnels, right? Yeah. Sequenced gear shifts. So yeah, this is we're gonna need Gonna need brass machines. For sure. This seems like it's working well. Our limiting factor is the processing speed, not the corundum. Alright. I'm happy with that. What are we up to? 37. It's not fast. Anyway, so yeah, I was trying to think if there was an easy way to get zinc and copper, and there probably is. I just don't know what it is yet. But it looks like for this chapter, we're gonna have to get trains going, because I'm gonna have to find a Skystone catalyst. So... Can we make a meteorite compass? We can. We can make a meteorite compass. That is an andesite machine and a compass. Alright. I'm curious how far away our meteorite is going to be. And I guess before we really start pushing into the next chapter, I should be contemplating steel, like I keep saying I need to do, and getting myself into better tinker's tools. Yeah, I have a bunch of things I can do, actually. Do we have, like, a clipboard in this? We do. What do I need for a clipboard? Andesite, paper, and wood. Okay. That's a thing that we can definitely do. Let's get our sugarcane growing. Some of this I'm turning right into paper. Do I have an andesite alloy in here? I do. Andesite alloy. Do I have a plank? I do. And some paper. All right. So what are our to-do lists right now? Iron generator. Find skystone. Set up skystone mining. Trains, question mark. And, like, if we want to get trains going with any regularity, we have to be able to make the train casings, which is brass casings and sturdy sheets. And sturdy sheets in this can be... We have the traditional recipe, or we have Pneumaticraft compressed iron. So... we might need to figure out Pneumaticraft? Oh boy. That means things are getting interesting. So trains, compressed iron, or obsidian, right? Because that is the other option for sturdy sheets, is this method, which is powdered obsidian and lava, which is the standard create method. And then, yeah, this, setting up an obsidian generator is probably not going to be my favorite thing in the whole wide world. You can smelt one powdered obsidian into one obsidian, and I assume we can do that with bulk blasting? Yes. Okay. And the crushing wheels always create a powdered obsidian, and sometimes another obsidian. Okay. So this loop is basically positive. And I thought I saw that there were better ways even. You know, that might work. If we just run the obsidian through a millstone, we loop back. We basically would use an andesite funnel. Yeah. This is easy. This is easy. I can set this up no problem. Let's go get a little bit of lava. Let's make an obsidian farm. And I think that this can just be built, like, right on top of our main base here. Because this is basically just like a millstone, a funnel, and... Or a millstone and a tunnel, rather. Okay. I don't know why I felt the need to clear that. Let me finish getting my inventory kind of sorted, because things are a little messy right now. We'll throw the create stuff in here for now. I am going to have to... Oh, I had a bunch of paper already. Oops. And, oh, I can plant this mineral sapling. That would be cool. How are we doing on mineral saplings, by the way? Up to 36. How are we doing on... oh, andesite alloy is, like, fully backed up. That's cool. Okay, I need a fan. Do I have an encased fan right now? Probably not. I'm also out of... Jeez. Out of machines. So, a propeller is what? 4 sheets and an andesite alloy. Okay. All right. So, these guys need to get bonked. And this should be a really easy build, just to make a little obsidian farm. Let's do it, I don't know, over here. Here's fine. Oh, I need a millstone too. Let's make a millstone. Let's not get totally distracted here. Cog shaft. Millstone. And I need to actually make my propeller. Jeez, I am getting ahead of myself. Propeller, which goes with one of these guys to make the fan. I'm gonna need belts. I have shafts. I'm gonna need chutes. I'm gonna need drawers. I'm gonna need this lava. I'm gonna need this fan. I accidentally just sorted a bunch of stuff into this that I didn't mean to do. Alright. This is fine. Well, we can work with this. You know what? Let's not do this here. Let's do this over here so we're, like, near to our existing power setup, so I don't have to set up yet another separate power network. I don't know if it really matters, but, like, may as well. Here's a good spot. Let's do it here. So we're going to start with this to here, and a millstone at the end. At the front of this, we're going to have our thing. This is going to hold obsidian, and it needs to be locked. Let me grab my obsidian and my lock card. And I guess also sleep, because it seems like it's that time. Come on. Obsidian locked. Now, the output of this... oops, I didn't bring funnels. Funnels! Tell me I have funnels? I have some funnels. I might have to get more funnels. The output of this comes out to the millstone. Yep. And then that comes right down here. Where it ends up. There. There. Oh, nope. That was 1, 2... There. And then we're going to have an input here. We're going to have a fan here. That's going to have lava there. And that's probably the wrong spot, huh? Because that's not going to be cooked by the time it... Yeah. Let's try that again. Except I think it has to go here. Hopefully that's right. And I think that does it, right? We'll have the obsidian dust come up here, turns into obsidian, loops around, and then if I need to fork off obsidian, I can fork off obsidian here, or if I need to fork off the dust, I can fork off the dust here. But we will just accumulate obsidian in this drawer for now. So yeah, I think we just have to get power to this. And to do that, I'm going to make a bunch of shafts. Did I bring... I did not bring... gearboxes. And I have no encased chain drives, so we're going to have to make this all work with gearboxes. So that's turning the right way. Delightful. This needs a cog on it, though. Which is going to be cool to figure out. This has to be going the opposite way. Oh wait, no, it has to be going the same way. That's fine. Oh no, this is the one that's going backwards. I am just wrong. Alright, gearbox here, facing up. We will use that to figure out our cog situation. Not like that. There we go. Now these are going backwards. So that gets another thing there. And... there. Nope. Alright, so that is blasting. That part is correct. Oh, I forgot to put the chute in down here to output the powdered obsidian. And then this one's not running. And of course, it's the wrong way. Yes. So we do one of those instead. Now the powdered obsidian comes through. This is locked, right? Yes. So the powdered obsidian sits here. Starts getting blasted. And then comes out as 2 more obsidian. Okay, cool. We have an obsidian generator. Woohoo! And then from this, to turn this into a sturdy sheet generator. So we don't even have to deal with compressed iron right now if we don't want to. We can do this, right? I just have to I have to fork off some of the powdered obsidian and then feed it to these guys with a lava generator. And like we can do exactly the same kind of vanilla lava generator that we did before. And I think that'll get us what we need. But cool. I'm happy. I'm happy to have an obsidian generator. So yeah, to turn this into sturdy sheets again, we put a tunnel here, and then we set up a vanilla lava generator using dripstone. And that feeds the spout, a couple bonkers, and suddenly we have sturdy sheets coming out of this. It won't be super fast, but, like, that's okay. The goal is really just to have, like, them running in the background, because we will use them inconsistently, right? We're not going to be constantly going through sturdy sheets. Sorted. There we go. Jasper's a block. It goes in with blocks. Tools. Our clipboard stays on us because this is our to-do list. All right. We really do need to think about iron generator. Because that's... Yeah, our diamond pickaxe is also nearly dead. I do have some more diamonds, so we can make another diamond pickaxe. Let's see, I'm pretty sure there's some iron down here in easy reach. Because we're just going to need a little bit of extra. And I saw a little bit more. Yeah, right over there. You, oh no, you got lost on your way trying to find me. That's fine. I don't care about you. Alright, a little more iron. We really just need enough for one more drill and one more propeller. And then we are set for life. This is one of those things that I should have done much earlier, is just a standard create. generator, but... drill is how many? 6? Okay. And then 4 for our propeller. Ten of those. One copper, one andesite alloy, question mark? Oh, I turned all my andesite alloy that I had into shafts, didn't I? One andesite alloy. One drill. One propeller. So we need a couple of machines, and I also need to make a... Let's grab shafts, gears. Let's grab a jasper again. I need to make another millstone as well. Nope, that's a casing. And here we have our fan and our drill head. And we need a... bucket. And I think I am actually going to have to use our brass funnel here, which I don't love, but it is what it is. I also... Oh, are we out of... We're out of the water mechanisms, the rubber ones. So I'm going to have to make more of those. I need another void upgrade. Oh, all the obsidian is in the millstone. It's still not backed up, but it is accumulating, and that is what matters. And we're going to want some of those, and we're going to need a bunch of rubber. And we're going to make sealed mechanisms. And then we're going to grab our copper casings. We're going to make, okay, only 2, that's fine. We'll get our 2 void upgrades. And mechanisms away. Spare mechanism, spare copper casing away. We're gonna want to make a 1x2 drawer. There we go. We're gonna need our bucket of lava. We're gonna need our stairs. We're gonna need some building blocks. Let's just grab some cobble. All right, so the basic generator is... I mean, it's basically this, except instead of blasting with lava, we blast it with water, and it'll spit out flint and iron, and then I mean, for now that's it, actually. The flint and iron just gets voided, but if we want to pull out just the iron from the double drawer, we're gonna need the what am I trying to say? If we want to spit out ever just the iron from the drawer, we're going to need to use a brass funnel. There's that. Let me grab water. I have a water patch around here somewhere. Yeah. All right. Our drill goes on top of that. Oh, I probably also... I don't have chutes on me. I have some shafts. Do I have gearboxes? I think I put a bunch of stuff away after I built the other generator. Yeah, we're going to need that. We're going to need a funnel. We're going to need a couple of chutes. We have gears. We're going to need some gearboxes. I might need to make more gearboxes. We'll see how we can make this whole thing work. So yeah, this all will come down here. To a chute, a millstone, and another chute. Our drawers with a funnel there. I need a slab, and I did not bring a slab with me. Should have slabs. Yeah, there's a cobblestone slab. The slab goes there. The fan goes there. And I need another bucket of lava. No, I don't. I need another bucket of water. We're washing, we're not smelting. All right, water goes there. And that will... Oh, flint and nuggets need to be the two things in there. I have both of those, so let me grab my flint and my spare nuggies. Because I will use those to initialize the filter for this guy. Nuggets... Oh, whoops. Other way around. Nuggets and flint. Void upgrade. Okay. So now we just have to get everything, like, hooked up. Which is easier said than done, of course. Come on. Let me past. I need to be careful here. I've got a lava bucket above me. If I'm not careful, I will mine right into it and I will have a bad time. All right. So then shafts come right up here. And we need to hook these guys up. And then this needs to be fed an input, which I guess would just come from like right here. So maybe this is also a gearbox. So I need like a few gearboxes, and I mean ideally some encased chain drives, but I don't actually have iron right now. I'm building my iron farm. So we might do it all with gearboxes. Normally I think of gearboxes as cheaper than encased chain drives, but in this mod pack, they're just kind of differenter. Because gearboxes, andesite alloy doesn't have iron in it, right? So that kind of changes the calculus of the cost of all this stuff. But I do need, unfortunately, to make myself a little bit more casings. But I think for now, because I do have so much more andesite alloy than iron, we're just going to make a bunch of gearboxes, and we'll make this whole thing work with gearboxes. All right. That is sucking, not blowing. Okay. So I need one more or one less gearbox in this whole system. What is the best way? Or with the same number of gearboxes, just going the opposite direction. Wait, that's still sucking. Eh? Why is that? Oh, because it feeds... Yes, it's spinning the opposite direction, but it's feeding the same vertical... It's feeding the vertical gearbox from opposite sides, which means that it ends up... Ah, okay. Understood. Annoying, but understood. What about off of here? If we do this, and then this... That is also sucking. Everything sucks. There's got to be a less stupid way to do this. I mean, I could definitely just, like, use a cog to reverse something somewhere instead of gearboxes. Like, that is an option. I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can connect these up that I'm not going to hate. All right, that one should finally be blowing. Yes. So now we just need this top to be connected, and you know what? I think I am just going to do cogs. Because this one we don't care about the rotation direction on. I could probably also do cogs. Just to save on resources. Yeah. Because that ends up in the same direction. There's no need to use 2 gearboxes there. And then I probably need to do that. Otherwise, there's a chance that the cobble will fall back down here past this shaft. So that should keep more of the cobble falling down, getting washed, and ending up in here. It's not a super fast farm doing it this way, but, like, it doesn't have to be super fast. It's, It'll run passively in the background, right? And when I pull out 1,000 iron nuggets, I will not care how long it took to make them. And I can absolutely, like, feed this potentially with a bigger cobble gen too, right? Like, this is a very small cobble generator for what we're doing here. There we go. We just made a bunch more flint and a bunch more iron. Yeah, this has a void upgrade. So over time, that will be our iron. We've got an obsidian generator, which is now backing up. Excellent. Good to see. So yeah, we'll, like I said, this will turn into a sturdy sheet factory. We'll just split the obsidian off right here. And then we'll also be passiving sturdy sheets. But the reason I wanted the iron farm first is because I'm going to need iron to make the cauldrons to passive the lava for the sturdy sheet factory. There's some prerequisites in there. I think this is probably a good place for me to call it for today. Like, I mean, these are things I should have done day one, at least this one. This should have been a day one farm. But also now having the runic tablets down here all the way done is fantastic. Chapter 2 is going to take significantly more investment in automation and in infrastructure. Like, this is not... None of this is cheap, right? This has a void upgrade on it, right? Yes. And this one should as well? Yes. But we're in a really good place as far as being done with chapter 1. Like I said, ready to move on to chapter 2, which is gonna need skystone so we can start generating redstone, and then also all of these things. We want to make mechanical crafters for crushing wheels. We could do that, but that's a lot of mechanical crafters for us this early on. Oh, what do we need for an eternal saw? We need 64 silver coins. All right, so we need to maybe do some stuff on the trade market here, so we can get some coins. Buy a task. No, here we go. 16, no. How do I do my first quest to get silver? Did I get some silver coins initially that are sitting in storage somewhere that I can use to get quests to get more? I'm distracting myself now. I was trying to wrap up. I don't see any. Under tips, perhaps? No. All right. Well, this shows with a brass machine. Oh, no, but plus a silver coin. I'm an absolute idiot, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm missing something that should be really obvious. Oh, here we go. Your first tasks. This is how I get started. So these are the tasks I'll have to take to get the silver I need, and then I can get myself an eternal saw, and that will go into this machine here. Mining task? Let's go with mining tasks. 4 diamonds and 6 iron ingots. Those are easy. And 6 iron ingots, well, we might not have 6 iron ingots right away, but we will soon. If we check our iron generator down here... Well, okay, that's only, like, 2 ingots. I'm not even going to do this quest, actually. Let's just make ourselves a saw, because I have enough silver now. And I have the ingots I need. So if we make ourselves a saw, plus I've got the silver, we should now be able to say, I want my eternal saw. Submit. Submit. Oh, I need 64 coins. Shoot, I thought I had enough. Fine, we have to get our... six ingots after all. I thought it was 16 coins for some reason, but that was something else. There it is. And then the eternal saw goes on that guy. We can get rid of this hopper now. And now I don't have to worry about feeding this with saws anymore, and it can make me an infinite number, well, it already can make me more than I'll ever use, of these machines. We have unblocked the... Oh, we have so much going on here, don't we? Not that much there, but like... This is backing up, huh? Oh yeah, these all are full. Cool. That's good to see. That means something else I can put on the to-do list. Mineral enhanced rubber. Iron generator is done. I don't actually have to do pneumatic craft anymore. Trains... Mineral enhanced rubber. All right, that's a good list for next time. The reason we're not finishing this right now is that I need a couple of presses for it, and that's like 20 iron, and we have... Oh, dear. That's wrong. We have not that much iron right now. But again, this generator will do a fine job over time. Not too worried about it. All right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I still don't have a standard schedule for this, but I've been enjoying it, so I'm gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna keep finding times. I promise that much. Yeah, I'll see everybody next time, and I think we're gonna have a little bit of like intermediate automation to do on the way to chapter 2. We're gonna want to get trains available again for a Skystone machine, because that'll be somewhere else in the world. And I haven't even started really looking at what's going on with chapter 2 here. But I'm sure we're going to need it, so... yeah. Alright, so the runic tablets feed into source gems, and I mean, source gems we're going to need for, like, everything. So this is when we can really get into ours, is once we have source gems, so... that will be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. So I'll see everyone next week, and thanks again for watching.